one of our latest developed online analyzer, which is laser-based technology, LABS elemental analyzer. We found it very suitable for Middle East market because it's totally non-radioactive. It is not using the radioactive source as the traditional technologies does. So this analyzer can be used in slurry application and also in solid material applications, as well as laboratory. The advantage of this analyzer is that it's totally non-radioactive and it's a non-contact rapid detection. Besides the LABS technology, we also the master of all other kinds of technologies for elemental composition measurement, such as XRF. We provide online XRF, not the spectrometer. The online XRF can detect the slurries grid, and we also have cross-belt analyzer. Our cross-belt analyzer is now used at over 800 sites. And our customers are the top 20 cement producers in China, including Kong Cement, including CMBM, and also some of the largest cement producers globally, like LafargeHolcim. We also have particle size analyzers, which is also online to detect the particle size, the grain size of the slurry. We also have the density meters, small devices, but key devices, almost necessary for all mineral processing plants. We have different technologies, including ultrasound and sodium-22. Sorry, the remote seems not functioning. Okay. So we have more than 60 products and more than 12 production lines. So it is difficult for me to introduce all of our products today. As I mentioned, if you found it interesting, you can visit our booth. So at the end, shukran, and thank you, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Arthur, and thank you all of our panelists, and especially thank you. It's been a tough gig for us to get through so much material. We look forward to seeing all of our guests who are participating here, listening today, to come to China Mining Conference and Exhibition in September 2025. It's in Tianjin, a beautiful old city in Shanghai, on a fast train ride from the capital city, Beijing. So we look forward to seeing you in Tianjin in September. I want to reiterate the words of Xiaoyang, our Zijin mining representative, who said how important it is the global supply chain and how important mining is to the global supply chain. We need to continue the great work of integration and China's participation in it, and cooperation with international mining companies is very important for the industry and for the global economy. So thank you for your interest in China today. Thank you for our participants for sharing their company story, and we wish you a very, very successful FMF and a wonderful and successful and healthy 2025. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Joining the Future Minerals Forum 2025. Before we start the exciting announcements as we gathered here to officially open the investment hub, I'm honored to welcome His Excellency Engineer Khalid Al-Falih, Minister of Investment, to deliver opening remarks. Your Excellency, please.
شكرا ريم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. حياكم الله جميعا، وحيي بالذات صاحبنا وحبيبنا
Welcome you all
وشريكنا في
here.
السابق بقطاع التعدين
I'm so glad to welcome our partnership, Mr.
طارق ملا
Ali Tariq Mullah from Egypt, and all the investors from
العالم العربي
the
حول العالم.
different
I will
countries.
speak in English
سوف أتكلم
by welcoming everyone, and if I can ask you to try to quiet it down. There is a lot of energetic chatter in the background, which is great. This is what it's all about: networking, getting to know each other, testing some of the opportunities that we are seeing around as we participate in this future mineral forum. Let me once again, for many times the last few days, acknowledge and thank their excellencies Bandar Al-Khrayef and Khalid Dafer, the co-leaders of this initiative that started with the launch of the Kingdom's investment strategy, the investment law, and then the quick realization that this is not a local affair, this is an international affair. We have to do it across border, across disciplines, and it has to truly be public, private, education and academic, research, civil society, NGOs, all coming together. But what we're kicking off with our gathering now is a very specific stream under this multi-faceted global effort that the FMF is doing, which is of course at the core of everything, which is the investment hub. And the investment hub is where we want to create innovative partnerships, which has been the way to create the impact that FMF 25 is centered around. Impact is the name of the game. You can only have impact if you partner, and of course giving what investment needs in terms of capabilities, capital, people, access to resources, access to markets, access to other supply chains, whether it's energy transition, digital. You can only do it through creative, innovative partnerships and investment, which we want to do through this hub. I think the team generated a few slides. I don't know if we need them, but we can quickly, whoever is driving the slide can run them quickly. Next slide. So I think we've heard throughout the day, and we know it from being deeply ingrained into this sector and other related sector, that the demand growth for critical materials, but minerals in general, is undeniable, and it's going to grow by an order of magnitude for some commodities like lithium, like cobalt, like copper. But there are supply chain vulnerabilities, of course, accentuated by the geopolitical fragmentation. And then we have the additional headwind of rising production costs, especially as more restrictions due to sustainability and protecting the fragile ecosystem where the minerals are impose additional burden on the industry. These are some of the demand numbers, but you've seen it, you know it, it's been discussed throughout the conference. Suffice it to say, though, that what is happening globally is even more so happening domestically. So as you think of Saudi Arabia, don't just think of the Arabian Shield, don't just think of the investment environment. Be aware that demand in Saudi Arabia is rising. We're already a large net importer of all of the key mineral and materials, with the exception, in the case of materials, of petrochemicals and plastics. But anything that we obtain from the earth, we are net short. Steel, copper, of course, all of the EV battery materials, as we start building our auto sector. The demand in Kingdom will be driven by a multitude of factors. Building construction and project construction is the one that comes to mind first, but please don't focus on it. It's key for steel, it's key for wire and cable, and it's key for glass and different ceramics and what have you. But it's a small component. We believe the auto sector, mobility in general, aviation and aerospace are all going to drive demand for sectors like titanium, aluminum, and then digital and everything digital. The Kingdom is going to build a very strong manufacturing base for semiconductors, for machinery and equipment and processors, and that will require a lot of rare earth elements that are, of course, part of this, and precious metals. Gold we are a large net importer of gold, and the Kingdom will continue to require big investment in all of those value chains. If we can, I think this is the key slide in my remark today, which is the Kingdom, as I mentioned in the panel, in the plenary, but also as mentioned by His Excellency Al Khrayef, by His Excellency Al Jad'an, and by His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz just an hour ago. The Kingdom is your partner to de-risk, to co-invest, in addition to providing the demand I just mentioned. And one of the reasons we believe the Kingdom will be the key place, not only to invest in the upstream and further downstream processing of our mineral resources, but to be a funnel where the super region materials, whether they are in South Asia, Central Asia, Middle East, or Africa, will be collected, commingled, processed with our clean energy, the lowest carbon footprint, and the lowest cost, the most available and affordable, as Prince Abdulaziz mentioned just a while ago. We're coupling our location, infrastructure, energy, green energy advantage with incentives and financing. We have provided significant incentives already to some projects that have already been on the stage today, including the steel plate project, some of the ma'aden projects that for mineral value chains like phosphate 3. So these are large-scale incentives, cash and non-cash, including some reduction in our typical taxes and levies. And we have an innovative, one-of-a-kind exploration incentive program that we launched, and we will be awarding shortly some of these incentives to a number of companies that are in the first wave. I am proud that with the partnership of the mining side of the Ministry of Mining and Minerals, we launched it here last year, and we have 47 that have applied and pre-qualified, and today I think we will be awarding 17 of these ambitious explorers to get their incentives from this program to broaden the base. Ma'aden and the other large companies, Ivanhoe, ERG, are able to undertake their own exploration, but the junior explorers and the smaller companies need some help, and this program will give them the juice to get started. But we also have lending programs, and I spoke about the SIDF earlier. I think the most important enabler for investment in Saudi Arabia, and this is very important, is regulations and a pro-investor, pro-business environment that is predictable, stable, and proper balancing of risk. Our investment law, which is one of the youngest investment laws globally for a large frontier like the Arabian Shield and what the Kingdom, is very much backloaded in terms of the financial burden on the investor, and in a way it provides proper risk sharing between the government and the investor. And last but not least, data. Data is king when it comes to de-risking investments. The Kingdom has invested billions of riyals in our surveys and geologic exploration, and it's in a very modern database that allows you to select which area you want to compete for, and also a very transparent bidding process. And of course, as mentioned in a number of panels today, the Ministry of Industry and Mining and Mineral Resources is leading everything we're talking about in the future mineral force, but they're not alone. This is an all of government approach. Ministry of Energy are with us. Ministry of Investment is with you. Ministry of Finance and all of the development fund, the PIF, the NDF, this IDF, the infrastructure fund, to provide the Ministry of Transport. Our NIDLIP program, which combines all of them in one platform, is ensuring that coordination. So in a nutshell, and maybe we go to the next slide just to sum it up. One more. You're too fast. Okay, so this is just to show you the success we have achieved. The number of licenses have gone up 1 year, 350%. These are the international companies that have been licensed to operate in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And this is the breakdown of those licenses across the value chain. FDI, we have 31 billion already, and we're just starting in a way. Last year we had FDI 3 billion, but total capital formation was 6 billion riyals, and we have a host of both international and local companies operating in the region, of which we are extremely, extremely proud, and we hope to add to them hundreds and thousands of companies through the incentive program I just talked about, bring in junior explorers to find resources, and then helping them to go from exploration to development by either farming in other investors or by developing them themselves. All of the big Saudi investment houses and families are bullish on the mining sector, and many of them have entered. Al-Ajlan Group is one of them. but there are many others that are ready with a lot of capital to deploy. So use this investment forum to find those people who are of the same ambition, who are as bold as you are, who want to unlock the resources, the markets, the opportunity, the funding and financing, the incredible talent and entrepreneurship that exists in Saudi Arabia. And I'm happy with my team in the Ministry of Investment to be partnering and co-creating this investment hub with our colleagues in the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. Thank you very much. Shukran jazeelan.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this insightful discussion and informative presentation. If you allow me now, it is my privilege to welcome His Excellency Bandar Al Khayef, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, His Excellency Khalid Al Mdafir, Vice Minister of Mining Affairs, Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. As His Excellency Khalid Al Faleh just said, the demand is rising in KSA, and the following announcement is showing the great efforts and will definitely lock the potential of the kingdom. With great enthusiasm, I'm thrilled to announce the Acceleration Enablement Program (EEP) signed framework agreements between Ministry of Investment and Exploration companies in the first phase, covering 4,000 square kilometers of the kingdom's potential Class A mineral pockets. Congratulations. If you can give a big round of applause, congratulations. I will invite now the qualified companies of the first wave of the EEP program 2024. First, allow me to invite Ma'adin Company to celebrate this moment. ايه بس في واحد هنا قدام جالس قدامك مين؟ هو يقول لي Allow me to welcome His Excellency Assistant Minister Abdullah Dbekhi. And we have with us also the Deputy Minister Abdurrahman Al-Blushi. Thank you for joining us to witness this moment. Thank you. Second, I would like to invite EV Metals Company. Please join us on the stage to celebrate this key milestone. We have Mr. Luke, EVP Metals Company. Congratulations. Thank you. Third, we have CEO of Ajlan and Bros Company for Mining. Congratulations. Thank you. If you allow me, the fourth, المصانع الكبرى Mining Company. We have with us CEO of Ajlan and Bros Company for Mining. Congratulations. Thank you. The fifth, we have the Royal Roads Arabica Company. please join us on the stage to celebrate this moment. Lastly, thank you for joining us. Lastly, we have with us Abdurrahman Saad al-Rashid and Sons Holding Company and Gold and Minerals Company. Congratulations.
ما كوز كبدت هذا هو واقف ما طلع هذه مصانع الكبرى يلا لا هذا خلاص يلا ترى بنشوف عندهم
We have with us المصانع الكبرى mining company أماك. Please join us.
شكرا لكم شكرا. باقي واحد يلا هذا باقي هذا خلاص هذا الصورة نمشي سوري ترى ما صار شيء مو مبين ابدا كلوزنج ريمارك بعد ما يحصل شيء.
Last group photo to celebrate this moment. Thank you, Your Excellency Engineer Khalid Al-Falih, for witnessing this key milestone. Now let's continue with another announcement. It is with a great pleasure to introduce exciting agreement. Thank you, Engineer Khalid Al-Falih, for joining us. Let us continue with the good energy. It is with a great pleasure to introduce exciting agreement, the mechanism for granting mining license with the Prince Mohammed bin Salman Royal Reserve. I would like to invite Abdurrahman Al-Blushi, Deputy Minister of Mineral Resources Management at the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, and Mr. Andreo, CEO of Prince Mohammed bin Salman Royal Reserve Development Authority. A big round of applause for this key milestone. Congratulations. Huge congratulations, everyone. Your Excellencies, thank you for witnessing this. And with that, we conclude our announcements at the Investment Hub. Thank you so much.
الحمد لله.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Investment Hub. We're about to start the theme Attracting Investment, and I'll just hand you over to Remy Piat, your moderator for the first session. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for joining me to what I believe is an essential panel on the question of putting together a global fund that would supercharge investment in the mining sector, something that is dearly needed and would actually answer a certain amount of needs from mining companies and some of the host countries in terms of developing mineral resources. And we have a very distinguished panel here, which I think is very interesting because we have a mix of people from the region, from outside, members of sovereign wealth funds, of public entities, of private sector. We have especially Christine Coignard next to me, who's a director of a series of listed companies, especially from Future Mineral Solutions. We have Farid Habib, senior director of the industrial and mining sector from PIF. We also have Issa Baluchi from Oman, manager of the economic diversification investment of the Oman Investment Authorities. We have Tim Reid, chief executive officer of the UK Export Finance. And last but not least, we have Gareth Penny, chairman of 91 Group. So these actually, distinguished speakers will, together with me, address that question of whether or not the capacity of creating a global mineral fund would help supercharge investment into which goal. And to do so, without further ado, maybe I'd like to turn to you, Christine. You have experience being on the board of directors of a series of different companies. You worked with investors in the banking sector. Could you maybe help me set the stage here of what is needed, what we talk about the global mineral funds, and to which objective, maybe?
Well, it's a very high objective, maybe not achievable immediately, but over time. And to be successful, I believe that a global mineral fund would need to, first of all, have a significant firepower. Yep. So money to allocate where it wants to allocate on its own, but also together with partners, and the ability to bring in other global finance providers, starting with the multinationals, the development agencies, the public sector, the private sector, and all the extensive tools that are already in place worldwide but completely underused and that can apply to mining finance. The second thing I believe is that they would have a lot more impact if they participate at the project level or at the mine level, not at the board, not at the ownership level of the mine. And why? Because by doing this, they can be active partners in making it happen. That's one, and also they can be on several sides of the table. They can come in as investors, they can come in as lenders, they can come in an off-taker, and as such, they must find ways to combine these different priorities and interests into something that is in the interest of the project. Mm-hmm. I think they need to have the ability to come in at all stages of financing. Exploration, development, production, expansion, and to really target, the short-term. We're talking about the urgencies of bringing in production. The short-term impact is on expansion, then development, but to shoot at the same time on all these different stages, meaning that the fund will need to have the ability to provide all the type of mining finance that we know, equity, royalties, debt, ECA financing, and so forth and so on. Another, I think, important point, it would need to have the ability itself through partner funds to finance what's around mining. Okay. Infrastructure, education, energy, water supplies. And last but not least, to be really successful, it will need to be highly profitable, meaning properly allocate money to increase the amount it can invest in the sector over time, and therefore having even more of an impact.
Before we wrap to Farid, we mentioned that potentially having a larger collaboration on the funding would actually lead us to have an investment-driven sector that would set the tone for the answers to the need of energy transition. Do you actually want to address this of the importance of having this alliance of funds and investors to set the tone?
Well, it's been largely discussed in the main room, but we all come to the conclusion that mining is not just a a hole in the ground. Mining is a lot of things around, a lot of things that need to happen at the right time to make it successful. And so, and there are all sorts of issues. It's a very fragmented sector, meaning we all need to work together and be aligned around the same objectives. And this is within these partnerships that a global mining fund could have real impact in bringing the people together, aligning the people together, and again, working in the interest of the project.
Thank you, Christine. Maybe Farid, I mean, obviously everybody knows here that PIF and Ma'aden put together Manara Resources with a very interesting mandate of being able to provide the needed inputs for the energy transition and the development of the country. From your experience of being a senior director of investment, what is the success that you've seen? What is still to be done? What are the lessons that you've learned and what you're trying to look ahead?
Oh, sure, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I would like to approach the topic from a more focused perspective. And this will highlight the opportunities, but also the challenges from a regional context. So as you know, the region is home to some of the largest sovereign wealth funds, which are currently managing in excess of $4 trillion in assets. And those same funds have invested over the last 2 years in excess of $10 billion in the metals and mining sector, which represents 7% of the total value of deals globally in that space. And they're increasingly prioritizing this sector across their broader investment strategy. So with their financial strength and long-term investment horizon, they're uniquely positioned to address the challenges we're facing on the supply side, on building the value chains. So while the advantages are very clear, there are challenges, and which we need to address. So if I just mention a few of the advantages of pooling resources together, one of them is greater investment capability, so we can pursue larger and be bolder in our investments, for example, greenfield projects. The second one is we can leverage on each other's strength, either on the downstream or the value chains, to avoid duplication, and this will maximizing efficiency. The last one is risk mitigation. So by collectively investing, we are somehow diversifying the risk across participants. And also we have a stronger voice when it comes to mitigating country risks if we come together. Now, on the other hand, the challenge, and the main one, is how to align the diverting objectives between the different participants. Some of them are, they look at mining as just for financial exposure, whereas others, it's really an integral part of their domestic industrial policy, or maybe a combination of both. And if it's if it's a domestic investment strategy is a key consideration, the question now is how do you prioritize between different countries on who builds the value chains? Nonetheless, in the region, we had some successes. We have some precedents where governments came together and created entity to achieve a certain an objective. An example of that is API Corp, Arabian Petroleum Investment Corporation, or Arab Mining. This is an example where governments came together and pooled resources, and they have a clear objective. So the key success is really have alignment on objectives, a clear investment policy, risk framework, and then having the right management team. And this is what we really did at Manara. So PIF, Ma'aden came together. They agreed on the winning strategy, which is to take minority stakes in projects internationally to secure the offtake. And we have brought in a highly respected management team who are currently executing the strategy. So really, just to conclude, I think instead of focusing immediately on setting up a regional or global fund, maybe we should prioritize the collaboration between the different stakeholders. And this is really what Manara is currently doing, is pulling the different governmental agencies, the mining operators, the midstream technology providers, and trying to deliver on this strategy.
No, very true, very true. Issa, Farid was mentioning obviously that the region was home to many sovereign funds, maybe Oman Investment Authority is maybe the one that has the longest track record in terms of investing in the mining sector, but not only exploration, also transformation in midstream and downstream. Can you maybe share your experience and touch upon that elements of collaboration with other regional actors or national actors in Oman?
Yeah, sure, Remy. Can you hear me first?
Yes, perfectly.
Thank you very much. Maybe before we talk about Oman Investment Authority's experience in maybe in this field, I want to again speak about the bold change. The excitement in the mining market is a lot driven by the energy transition itself, which is a bold change in human history, I would say. That transition also needs a bold change in the associated links to it and enablers. Mining setting in the front seat of that. And of course, when you're talking about mining and at this scale, you need to do it differently. I'm sure the traditional way of doing the mining in terms of through the private equity or the mining companies, and then always different investment entities are being also part of it. This worked very well previously, and we reached where we reached today. But I think if you want to move faster, if you want to do it at a larger scale, because of the demand of energy transition, we need to do it differently. We have to think of a different model. And again, I emphasize what Farid and Christine about saying about the collaboration coming together, which bring all the stakeholders together, as well as the investors, and you try to align your interests together. I think that is the winning strategy in the long run. Back to our experience at the Oman Investment Authority, we have adopted the collaboration approach long time back, honestly speaking. As a government entity, we have been working with some other government agencies, with sovereign wealth funds, to establish joint venture investments, or JVs, what we call. We have these JVs with different countries, national level. They are, however, investing in different sectors at the moment, and maybe also their mandate is limited to 1 or 2 countries of these JV partnerships. For mining, I think we can think of something similar, but instead of a JV, it could be even more parties involved in coming together. So that's the supercharged investment should be there. On the top of this, I think if you do this, you have to do it only for mining, because the mining is very unique, and you need to be a little bit more patient in terms of your capital. And also going forward, I think it's not just about the financial return, as Farid was saying, that there are also some strategic elements may play a role. So bringing that also on the table and putting it also somehow into the model, I think that's also very crucial. We have done this previously at the diversified sector level, but I think for mining, you need to be more focused. You have to do it for mining, and you need to do it with similar-minded people to do that. And I have, from my discussion with different parts of the world in terms of investors, I've seen already a trend of that, as Farid mentioned one, but you're also already seeing that a lot of people are also talking about each other and trying to come up together, national level, companies level. And even if you look at the private equity companies that are active in mining, you see the traditional LP, JP's approach for some of them at least started changing. You see the LP also putting on the table not just the return aspect of it, but also they are asking for something more than that. It could be an offtake, it could be something else that feeds into what they are actually looking from the strategic elements. And you see the private equity already adopting something different. So we're seeing that change, but I think that's something that perhaps we can talk each other more, and we need to emphasize more on it to make it happen, because energy transition needs that. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Issa. Maybe turning to you, Tim, and I'd love to see what role that public finance institutions from outside of the region could play. Originally in that panel was supposed to have someone, Hamid Rashid from the United Nations, that wanted to talk about the importance of carbon credits for exploration, different tools that were put in place. I know the European countries have maybe a strong experience of trying to have kind of the incentives from public finance institutions to be able to develop different sectors. I wanted to know, especially in the case of UK Export Finance, how can export credit agencies play a role in facilitating that kind of coordination between public finance institutions or others to help for the development of critical mineral projects specifically?
Right, thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here in Riyadh to to talk about this important topic. I think just by way of background, the UK Export Finance is the UK's export credit agency. So by definition, we're looking to try and grow the impact of the UK supply chain on projects, in this case on critical minerals projects around the world. But our job here is to try and crowd in capital, to crowd in private sector capital. It's not to compete with private sector capital, it's to do things that the banks or the other financial institutions won't do by themselves. I've heard a few words here today that I think are really important to reflect on, and the first one that came up time and time again at the plenary was impact. And everything we do starts with that. Every investment proposition we take to our credit committee starts with an impact assessment. What impact are we going to have both on the UK economy, but also on economies and communities overseas? And then I've heard other people here talk about risk mitigation and collaboration. And I think collaboration, it's why we're all here. No one institution can fix this by themselves. So when we look at critical minerals, one of the things we've done is we've expanded our mandate, and our government announced that we will be able to, while our principal role is financing exports, we will in fact be able to support overseas critical minerals projects, either where there is UK content, so exports, or where those minerals can help the UK supply chain, imports of critical minerals. So expanding that product range to help develop products around and projects around the world. So for this works in the form of guarantees or direct loans. Most of what we do is guarantees, so we're in essence changing the risk profile for the commercial lenders, enabling them to take risk that they might not be able to take before. And when we look at critical minerals, it's across the value chain. It's extraction, processing, refining, manufacturing, recycling. All of those are within our remit. And you might ask, why are export credit agencies a good fit? And I think there are two things here. Firstly, that we've got significant capacity. So tens of billions of pounds of capacity in emerging markets around the world to help with these projects. And we can do mining projects up to a tenor of 22 years. So significant tenor to enable these projects to, we know these are not short-term projects, they take time to develop for the cash flows to start coming through, so we can lend for time. We're also bringing best practice. So I've also heard a lot of talk about ESG while we've been here. We do things to the highest standards. We think that's important so that projects that we're doing we can be proud of today, but we can also be proud of when we look back in 10 years' time. And I think that's really, really important. But it's important to note these are not our standards, these are international standards, standards that we're all trying to adhere to. We talked a little bit about infrastructure. I think export credit agencies have for years been able to develop critical infrastructure, roads, hospitals, ports, renewable technologies. All of those are required, one of the other panelists said this, in developing critical minerals projects. It's not just about getting the minerals out of the ground, it's making sure you've got the critical infrastructure to deliver that. I talked about de-risking. What we can do is we change the risk profile. If a bank is lending to a critical minerals project with a UKEF guarantee, they're in essence taking UK government risk and we are taking the risk on the project. So we're changing the risk equation for commercial lenders and other players in this market, which I think is really, really important. So I think I'll leave it at that for now, but lots of different things that we can do, which I think helps crowd in the private sector, helps change the risk profile, and hopefully enables all of us to develop on some of these projects around the world.
Well, thank you, Tim. Gareth, I'm going to give you the huge responsibility of tying all these down. 91 is quite active in frontier jurisdictions, emerging markets, phenomenal with equity, with financial mechanism. How do you work with potential sovereign wealth funds or export agencies or financiers? And where do you think that your role could be in terms of helping bridging that gap in financing and participating into a multinational super fund for the mining sector?
Thanks, Remy, and good afternoon, everyone. Remy, as you say, 91 is a global fund. We have $180 billion under management, and we deploy that capital not just in the mining sector, but across a whole range of different opportunities. But because of our South African roots, we started in 1991, we've been around for over 30 years. You know, much of the emphasis originally was around the mining community, and as you say, Remy, we are still very much an EM, emerging market focused business. So a country like Saudi actually is very much kind of middle of the fairway for us. We do emerging market debt, we do emerging market equities, and we have, of course, a range of other products that we offer. Interestingly, about 40% of our business is either generated or deployed capital in the African continent. So it's a part of the world we feel very comfortable in. We have offices and business right across the African continent in many, many countries. And so for us, I think what we see in Saudi is an extension of doing business in an area and in a way that we are very comfortable with. Which really brings me on to the second point that I want to make. I think it is fascinating and deeply encouraging to see what is happening in Saudi. I've been impressed by the Future Minerals Forum. I came last year, I've come again this year, and what I like about it is I think it's bringing together a lot of the senior decision makers. It's trying to focus on getting things done, on deliverables, not just talking about things. I mean, when you look at the presentation that the minister just gave us, I mean, that's really impressive to see a lot of those numbers and how quickly actually the runs are being put on the scoreboard, or the goals in the net, if you like. So I think Saudi is doing a lot of right things. I think they are putting in place a ecosystem for mining that if we then project that forward 5, 10, 15, 20 years, it's going to be successful. And the third and last point I want to make is, if you look at the region and you say, how do we superimpose a lot of what we've heard from our colleagues on the panel, how do we superimpose ideas of kind of a global fund? I think there are three elements that you need to successfully have in place here in Saudi if you're going to adequately fund a growing mining business. The first one is you need a really active, successful junior mining sector. Typically around the world, I mean, if you talk to a lot of the big mining companies, you look how many of their projects have originated from junior miners. A lot of you will be sitting here in this audience. It's a critical element. And I think what Saudi can do is learn a lot from places like Australia and Canada. They've both done it extremely well. They don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are certain tax ways in which this can be done that are very incentivized. And I think to have a highly active junior mining sector that, say, can list here on a secondary market and that can get the kind of multiples that already Saudi companies are enjoying will be a very important way of providing capital to companies that are doing things that probably aren't mainstream financeable at this point, because they're going to go out, they're going to do grassroots exploration, they're going to take a lot of those opportunities that have already been generated by the ministry, work that's been done in looking at the Nubian Shield, at how exploration can be driven. So that's first element. I think the second element is, how do you then find finance for, let me call it the middle tier, the people who kind of aren't grassroots, they found something, they've probably got a bankable feasibility study, they now need to, it's not just single digit millions, they're now looking at tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions to get things really going. And that's, I think, a really interesting question, and it's one that 91 is thinking very deeply about. My colleague George Cheveley is sitting in the corner there. You know, he runs our global mining funds, and we're thinking hard about how do we create the instruments that we could deploy or be the kind of middle financier in a market like this. And I said three elements. The third is the big mining companies, the Glencores, the Anglos, the Ivanhoes, the Barricks. I mean, those guys are raising international capital. They've got big projects, big mines all over the world. I think Saudi's successfully attracting them here. They're all here at the conference. And you need this ecosystem if you're going to be successful in financing mining funds. You need the small junior players who can find ways of raising relatively small amounts of capital, but very difficult to raise because they are extremely high risk, early stage projects where many of those opportunities, don't materialize. They probably don't quite reach the thresholds. They don't get financed. So you need high risk capital. You need this middle tier, and you need the big players. And I think actually probably that's the next horizon that Saudi needs to find a way and make sure are all properly in place.
No, thank you for those insights. Actually, Saudi did a great job working with Canada, with Australia on a series of collaboration, learning best practices of different provinces. But indeed, as you're saying, there's still a few steps to go, and it's a work in progress that has already been quite successful. I wanted to thank you again for your expertise. We're kind of caught by time here, but we had wonderful conversation preparing this panel, and I can only vouch for the quality of the human beings here on top of the professionals. So again, thank you for your expertise, and I'd like to ask you to join me to just show you grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wherever you like. Oh, sure.
Never config.
Yeah. Fresh water. No, it's okay. It doesn't have to be salty. I just think that whatever you're talking about. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we're now ready for our second session in this theatre, Commodity Outlook 2, Challenges and Opportunities in the Lithium Value Chain. I'll now hand you over to our moderator, Ken Hoffman from McKinsey. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming to learn a little bit about lithium. I think just to start, there's been a big question about lithium and the growth of the world. It's pretty safe to say in our research, lithium will continue to see tremendous growth potential. What we call the electrification of everything is in full swing, and you'll continue to see new applications. This year, stationary storage has been quite the growth engine. However, there will be many growth engines for battery products, and particularly for lithium. We have an amazing panel here. I will go and introduce everyone. The Director of International Relations for Signa Lithium, Daniel Abo. Next to him is the CEO of Fast Markets, Raju Daswani. Next to him, from the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, Saudi Arabia, we have the Deputy Minister of Mining Development, His Excellency Turki Al Babtain. Next to him, we have Vice President of Corporate Development for Tianqi Lithium, Frank Li. And last but not least, on the end, we have the Secretary General for the International Lithium Association, Roland Chavez. I'll start with Frank. One of the things I learned as a commodity analyst many, many years ago is when it comes to commodities, it starts with China and it ends with China. Can you give us a sense of what 2024 was like for the lithium industry, particularly in China, and what could we have in store in 2025?
Well, this is a very interesting question. Many of us in this industry have witnessed the ups and downs of the lithium price, over the last 12 months. Well, I should say this is something that is, as a commodity, have to go through the circles, ups and downs. But as a player, the leading player in this sector, we're not focused on the volatilities, the ups and downs. We focus on how we can commit it to, help the value chain to grow. So 2024 definitely is a difficult year for most of us. The reason behind this is some people say it's oversupply, weak demand, but we do see their demand is still there. In the next half of 2024, we see that a lot of players that suspended their project, delayed, or some of the project have been closed, but still there is a lot of expansion in China, which means the demand is still over there. But definitely this will be a game not for everyone. This will be only for those who are committed, who has a long-term vision in this sector. So in this coming year, this year, 2025, we're still confident. The lithium market is still there, demand is still there. But the question in front of everyone is how can you bring a responsible, a sustainable, industry, the value chain to the world. That's very important in front of everyone, to government, to investors, and to industrial players like us.
Now, when we talk about low cost and environmental friendliness, Daniel, Sigma's really been the proof in the pudding, and not only has Sigma been able to come up in speed on time and seemingly on budget, which very few have been able to do. Can you explain a bit about Sigma's strategy and how you've been able to come into this market?
Sure, absolutely. Picking up on what Frank said, I mean, we're all about, we set out to prove that it is possible to do sustainable mining. And today we call our product Quintuple Zero Green Lithium for the following reasons. We are the first lithium operations globally that does not use tailing dams. As we are located in Brazil, and given the history in the sector in Brazil, that was the #1 issue for us to address. So zero tailings. We use zero hazardous chemicals in our plant. We use zero dirty energy. All of the energy that is supplied to us, partly because the energy grid in Brazil is 85% renewable, is renewable energy. Fourthly, we use zero drinking water. Our water is sourced from a river 5 kilometers away from our operations, whose water is improper even for industrial use. So we built a water treatment facility and we recirculate that water all throughout the circuit. And last but not least, we are zero carbon. Our carbon footprint in our operations is only in our mining operations, mainly in the diesel used in our trucks and in the explosives used. So, I mean, it's a very small footprint. It translates to about, putting it in numbers, 0.27 tons of CO2 for every ton of lithium concentrate we produce. So we're very committed, not only on the environmental angle, but as upstreamers, we have a responsibility to earn the social license from the communities that surround us. So since the beginning, we've had open dialogues with these communities, listened to them, and as a company, we believe in creating opportunities for the people in these communities to grow alongside with us. So we've created microcredit programs for the female entrepreneurs. We've created programs to repatriate people from the region that had abandoned their families in search of jobs. Now they have jobs, and to solidify that social fabric. So, and we're lucky that in Brazil, we are a very competitive jurisdiction. And the name of the game right now, given the environment in the lithium industry, is being a low-cost producer. Particularly given that labor is relatively cheap and the cost of energy is very cheap as well. And I just wanted to close out. Our focus now, we are very focused on traceability. I think, again, as an upstream player, it is our responsibility to ensure that the product is being sourced in a sustainable fashion. And, you know, at least we need to see players in the industry providing workers with protection equipment.
Now, we talked a little bit about what Frank said about supply, which you are amply providing. The next question comes about, as McKinsey, we see tremendous growth in lithium, but Roland, you were talking about how even more demand for lithium could be coming about. Can you explain a bit about how lithium demand is sort of coming at us from all angles?
Thank you, Ken. To take words which I know that you've used in the past, the electrification of everything, the Internet of Things, this idea that we're going to have micro electrical storage in robots, lots of places. I'd like to expand that a step further and call it the electrification for everyone as well as of everything. We, in the super region, stretching from Cape Town through to Calcutta and then up to Almaty, you've got 3.8 billion people. The average age is in the low 20s, the average income is in high 4 figures US dollar, not purchasing power. These are people who are not going to be buying a Tesla anytime soon. And they might say, well, how can lithium change my life? And the answer, a bit like the mobile phones that we saw in Africa, whereby people waiting for a landline for decades never received a landline, suddenly they had a mobile phone signal, and they leapfrogged. So we're going to see micro storage leading to micro transport, so electric bikes, electric scooters, electric rickshaws, and small storage units all across
poor countries who are not connected to the main electric grid, to allow them to run fridges, televisions, radios, fans, lights, all the things that we take for granted. But if you don't have mains electricity, that's really tough. So yes, this isn't just a rich man's story, Ken. This is a story for humanity, for the world. And really, it's very, very exciting.
Now, we have seen, obviously, a lot of price volatility in the lithium price. Raju, you deal with prices all of the time. How have these recent developments in financial markets for lithium contracts evolved, particularly in context of the OEMs and price stability?
I mean, I think the first thing we've seen is actually not a lot of volatility recently. We've seen a really extended period of low, depressed prices.
So the patience sort of died, and we're just sort of level right now.
You saw that great volatility as prices escalated up from $8 to $40, $80 per kilo, and that obviously drove a lot of demand for risk management. And what we saw in that period was a lot of interest using the benchmark price, which is the price that we publish, for exchanges or financial institutions to come in and create risk management products. We saw products like futures contracts for lithium and cobalt being created on exchanges like the Singapore Exchange, the LME, the CME for lithium, but also more recently for spodumene on the CME. And that's given a tool for the industry to use. Now, at these low prices, you're not going to see a rush of producers coming to the door to manage to hedge at low prices, but certainly for consumers, it's creating great opportunity. Because if you're a consumer, you now have the opportunity to lock in prices at low levels and effectively, in a synthetic way, create a fixed price contract. The problem is volatility. There isn't any volatility. And if you haven't got volatility, it's not really also encouraging consumers to go out there and manage their risk either. So you've definitely seen an increase in the use of these instruments. And if you look at what we call the open interest, it indicates how much trade is being done on a long-term basis. You're seeing open interest for lithium out to the first quarter 26. And that means people are using it alongside physical contracts to manage risk. But once we see volatility, once we see prices coming back up, and that will happen because these are cyclical markets and you will see the cycle change, then you will see that rush for managing that risk. And you will see OEMs and consumers at the front of the line managing that risk and increasing the volumes that are managed on exchange.
Now, this conference is quite amazing, and it shows the kingdom's outview on how important critical minerals are to the global industry. Turkey, can you please tell us what the current outlook is in the kingdom for these battery raw materials, including lithium, and how you see this going forward?
Thank you, Jeff, and it's truly a great pleasure for me to be in this panel with the esteemed experts. To answer this question, let me just zoom a little bit in terms of how Saudi Arabia Vision 2030 is driving a major economic transformation, of which the mining sector has been really a key, one of the key engines to drive economic diversification. The kingdom, as you probably most of you have heard, has already determined to be part of the global energy transition, and that includes also transitioning local energy capacity, as well as also taking an advantage of the global opportunity. When we look at the NIS, the National Industrial Strategy, it targets 12 sectors, 10 of which are very mineral intensive. This is coupled with the giga projects that the kingdom is pursuing. I believe the last estimate was in the tune of $7 trillion. It is creating just an unprecedented demand. Lithium is among the key material that is going to be in a high need, and this is due, of course, to the localization plans of renewable and electric vehicles. So in terms of the outlook, and I think His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman today, he mentioned it in his presentation, the renewable energy program for the kingdom, which I believe stands at 130 gigawatt by 2030, including storage capacity of 48 gigawatt hour. This is by itself, we believe, as a portion of the demand we could target, but we're also looking at the global market opportunity. We do recognize the criticality and the importance of lithium. Lithium, if we want to localize our industry, lithium, I believe lithium cost is almost 60% of the raw material cost for an LFP battery. So having the local supply locally is going to be extremely important. We also recognize there will be significant investment required at the global scale to meet or to cope up with the demand. I believe there was a figure that was announced, almost $6 billion per year for the next 10 years to bring more capacity. So these risks and opportunities, I think, brings a very interesting opportunity for the kingdom, where the kingdom is looking to establish local production facility and also secure global partnerships.
I would just add to that, because I think it's amazing what's happening in the kingdom. And I think one of the challenges for this industry is project financing right now is non-existent, right, because of the low lithium prices. But companies like Aramco here that have the opportunity with oil field brines and extraction will really play a big role.
Sure, definitely.
Would you say anything on that? I mean, is there...
Of course. I mean, technology is one of the key dimensions that we have been working on. The Aramco today announced also this lithium potential in the brine that comes from the oil fields. So we are putting now extra efforts on research and development related to battery materials, and a clear example is what is happening between, I'm sure you heard about it, LATEC, Ma'aden, and Aramco and KAICC, trying to develop this commercial pilot scale, which is, I believe, would be very promising to contribute to the security of lithium in Saudi Arabia.
And that's so important because lithium is almost, if you look at the price of oil 100 years ago, it's actually come down, inflation adjusted. The price of lithium will need to come down for more and more sources of low-cost batteries. Frank, you have a great opportunity to look at all the new technologies. How do you see technology improving lithium refining and hopefully lowering overall lithium cost?
Of course, if you look at what happened over the last decade, lithium price have its the technology improvement has greatly advanced this industry in general. So what we are looking at is not only a technology alone, but a whole systematic solution. For example, KAICC, we spent a decade trying to consolidate the upper stream and the middle stream, trying to debottleneck every technological bottleneck while we're producing lithium. I think it's quite important. We have to think systematically, but not just one new idea. So I do believe technology will be the driving force behind the lithium industry, and ultimately that will further drive the price down to a reasonable level, especially for the downstreams that everyone can accept, can use lithium as a power metal.
Well, I mean, that's, I think, the great opportunity set here in the kingdom is you don't have a lithium industry. So as you build one, you're going to be using the latest and the greatest technology. And so the opportunity set to build a brand new refining production technology is going to really be important. But it's also going to probably take, besides the resources here in the kingdom, globally. And I'll leave this open to Roland or Daniel. Do you see consolidation, as we've seen in China, sort of consolidation of the value stream? Do you think a global consolidation occurs in the value stream?
I can quickly comment on that. Again, given where prices are now, we're seeing operations in Australia shutting down. So again, The name of the game is low cost. And just last year, we saw Pilbara, which is one of the main players in hard rock, acquire a company in Brazil, which validates that Brazil is truly going to become a competitive jurisdiction for lithium. So yes, absolutely. I think we're going to see a lot more of that, particularly for projects that are, as Raju perfectly mentioned, there's a lot of difficulty finding financing for startup projects. We were lucky enough to receive funding from the Brazilian Development Bank. We need to see more of that happening.
And just for my sake, Ken, I can't comment on the commercial side necessarily, but certainly your point about this being a new opportunity, this is a new opportunity for the world. I mean, every time there's been an industrial revolution, and I think we're now on fourth or fifth, depending on who you follow, there's been a paradigm shift in kind of the geopolitical, economic structure of the world. So to see, I mean, to come here and how many people are there? 18,000 people here? This is a statement of confidence, and what I absolutely love about it is it brings people from all over the world to one place where you can just talk and do business. And it's like, I think it was Nelson Mandela who said it all comes down to education. And ultimately, when you speak, I mean, we're all speaking English here, and thank you for it, but getting the information to the right people in the right language is absolutely critical. I think he said something like, when you say something in the language people understand, it goes to their head, and when you speak the language that they speak, it goes to their heart, if I'm remembering correctly. Just quick plug, we have an Arabic edition of our magazine, The Lithium Voice, out. Do come and see me if you want a copy afterwards. However, I should say, this is not charity. This is not because we have nothing else to do. It's because through education, through being a respected voice in the industry, we become a more effective association for our members, who are really the leaders of responsible, sustainable mining in the world. And going forward, the point I'm eventually getting to, Ken, and thank you for your patience, the point I'm getting to is that as we go forward, let's keep those currently extremely high standards of environmental protection and social sort of incorporation in production. Let's not let those standards dip. Let's keep the norm high, and that will benefit everyone. The new countries, the existing countries, everyone who takes advantage from this can benefit.
I want to go back to your point about consolidation, and also your point about Chinese technology. The first one on consolidation is inevitable, in my view. You're going to have a shakeout because of low prices. You have the majors like Aramco, ExxonMobil, Rio Tinto's coming into the market. You're going to see them drive consolidation, and it's important for this industry to get that scale to be able to underwrite the R&D and investment that's needed, and you're going to see that happening. On the point of technology, I think you can't really compete with the Chinese. I mean, the Chinese have 10 years of know-how, expertise in doing it properly. You go to China, everything is electric vehicle driven. So you're going to have to work with the Chinese and use that knowledge and technology. So I'm sure for Saudi Arabia, you're going to have to look at those technologies to bring them in to create that hub here. So I think these are two things we need to really be aware of in this market. And I think geopolitics might be moving against that, but that's the only way to drive this business forward.
And if we look at just how we've seen this huge move in electrification in China, we know it is just a better way to do things. You see today in China, I think there are 5 models of cars on the market today, 1,000-kilometer range, sub 10-15 minute recharge time. This is going to happen in the West, and if we look at geography-wise, Saudi Arabia sits in the middle of Asia, of Africa, of Europe. We have been seeing these announcements out of Aramco. What really makes the offer of Saudi to build this great hub occur?
Sure. So, I would say it's commitment. Because really, if I go back and remember 3 years back when we inaugurated this forum, the theme was shaping the future of minerals. Now, our theme is the year of impact. And we are also celebrating the rise of Saudi Arabia as a mineral global processing hub. Since the development of the mining sector strategy in 2017, Saudi Arabia has been, implementing different initiatives and policies to develop the sector. We have streamlined regulation for exploration, invested heavily also by the government in exploration, which resulted in increased geological potential of our mineral resources. We have also invested in talent to prepare for the next generation of mining engineers and mining professionals. And we have also a good track record in developing some key value chains like the phosphate, where Saudi Arabia now is among the third largest exporter. In aluminum, we are, one of the largest integrated in the region. The same goes for titanium. So we have a good track record, and we will continue to invest. Now, speaking of what are unique advantages that we could leverage, I think it's the demand that we have, the natural resources, and the cost factors when it comes to availability of world-class infrastructure that is available across more than 40 industrial cities in the kingdom. Among those cities, we have dedicated heavy mineral industrial cities that could cater for the mineral processing requirements. And then the energy in its both types, renewable and conventional, at very competitive price. So you mentioned location also, and also one important factor is the stable and the balanced relation that Saudi has with almost all the world. So I think if the world now is looking for a new source of supply, I think Saudi Arabia is really an ideal location to bring this balance.
Well, I guess just to wrap it up, if everyone would just like to give, we've had several days of this conference. I'm sure you've been talking to a lot of different constituents. If there is one thing, I know this is also being recorded, one misconception you wish people could sort of see that you're always trying to correct or people seem to get wrong, what would you like to say in just a last statement of what people need to really understand and you think they probably don't understand about the future of the lithium industry? Daniel, I'll go down the line.
I'm going to once again emphasize the fact of traceability. I mean, not all operations are the same. Some jurisdictions are looking for shortcuts in order to cut costs. And as Roland was saying, we need to level the playing field here so that everyone's on the same page and that we maintain the quality, the rigor, the excellence that this industry demands.
I would say the most important thing is to take this business forward and this industry forward, is to strip away a lot of the noise that is creating obstruction, whether that's over-regulation, over-compliance, putting in too much barriers to investment to get this market up and running. And I think also the other part, the realization where the future of these markets are. I mean, countries like here, we know obviously other emerging markets, India, all of which are going to create great opportunities for the future.
I'll let the Deputy Minister go last since it's...
Sure.
So, Frank?
Okay. Very simple message I want to convey to everyone is that if you believe this is a prominent industry, you have to keep the right directions. We all know that there's going to be volatilities, ups and downs. There's going to be, obstacles. Try to figure out how you can reach to your goal. Be open, collaborative. That's all that we want to do.
Roland?
It's easy for me, Ken. This is a global industry. It's a global element. It's a global people that we're trying to benefit here. There are some people who seem to think that lithium is toxic, who believe, falsely, that lithium is as toxic as rat poison, arsenic, mercury, these really nasty things. These are my dear friends at the European Commission, and I have to say to them, don't score any own goals. Do not shoot yourself in the foot with this young industry, because the rest of the world will not wait.
Deputy Minister, we'll love to give you the final word.
Sure. So, for anyone who is doubting the ability of the kingdom to rise as a global mineral processing hub, I would say that we are pretty much committed. We will continue to expand our ecosystem, our infrastructure. We are looking now at a comprehensive approach where we want to add more advanced capabilities in exploration, in research and development, in infrastructure, in financial services. And here I can cite that we are working also to bring a new commodity exchange to the kingdom, also to be able to trade some of these new products. We're expanding, as I said, our infrastructure in major industrial cities, and we're trying to create synergies between these operations to benefit the investors. So we are ready and remain committed to support investors to help also benefit from extracting this potential in Saudi Arabia.
Well, from McKinsey's conversations throughout this conference to this amazing conference itself, we can see, literally see the commitment that the kingdom has. So thank you so much for hosting all of us.
Thank you.
And thank you everyone for coming today.
Thank you. We're doing a lot of
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the role of capital markets in accelerating the development of critical minerals. A tightly kept secret, but it is clear that this is going to be the most popular panel discussion of the conference. My name is Philip Lindop. I am responsible for the mining investment banking team at Barclays. And quite frankly, we have an extraordinary and very well qualified panel. Two public asset managers, just to simplify, two private asset managers, one facilitator or service provider to the asset management industry, and last but not least, a CEO who has taken advantage of pretty much every financing structure and product available to the mining industry. So I'm going to ask each of my panelists to introduce themselves very briefly, and then we will kick off. George, over to you.
Thank you, Philip. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm George Cheveley, and I'm a portfolio manager with 91. I run their resources funds and gold funds. We're a long-only asset manager. I'm based in London, but we have a big team in South Africa. And I've been working in metals and mining since 1990.
Mike.
Thank you. Mike Barton. I'm the Deputy CEO of Orion and spend most of my time as the managing partner on the mine finance funds, which are focused on providing packages of financing to mining companies.
Owen?
Thank you, Philip. And my name is Owen Hegarty. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Congratulations to the FMF on a wonderful showing, actually, by the way, in terms of number of people and so on. I'm Executive Chairman and a founder, owner, driver of EMR Capital. We're a private equity group, only mining. Philip, I've simply been in the mining industry all of my career, if you can call it that. And we have capital to deploy, so we're open for business. EMR Capital. Thank you.
Excellent. Vivi.
Yeah, I'm Vivi. Very nice meeting you. I work for Power Corporation of Canada. We're conglomerates in financial services across North America, Europe, and Asia. We in total run about 3 trillion Canadian dollar through asset managers. And I also am the Asia CEO for Power Corp. I also sit as a chairwoman for China Asset Management Company, which is the second largest mutual fund company in China.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Peter Hughes. I'm CEO and founder of Apex Group. We're the facilitator of the capital markets. The business is 13,000 people in 51 countries, creating fund structures for asset managers, servicing $3.5 trillion of assets. So we're the leading asset servicer of alternative assets, obviously, which is what mining is as an asset class. We're here in Saudi. We have a full team with CMA regulatory licenses to facilitate the inbound flow of foreign capital to co-invest into mining projects.
And John.
Thanks, Philip. I'm the CEO of Capstone Copper. We're a copper mining company with operations in the US, Mexico, Chile. During the past year, we've just ramped up 2 new copper projects. During the coming year, we're about to expand one of those further, Monteverde, and we're going to be raising the capital to build our next major project in Chile, which is the Santo Domingo project, for $2.5 billion. And I'd say sort of in the evolution of Capstone, from the time that we set out as a private company, being Mantos Copper, we've probably experienced, as Philip said, sort of every form of financing that's available to mining companies. And so looking forward to this discussion.
Very good. Well, it's been a fantastic day, and we've heard all sorts of views and assertions around the different types of capital providers, sovereign wealth funds, retail investors, obviously institutional investors, and pension funds. You know, they're very, very different investment strategies that you will hear about today, and there are very different investment structures that we will hear about. But I think really at the heart of this discussion is really whether the capital markets, the financing markets are enabling or disenabling the development of and the production of critical minerals. And I suppose we will come in due course to the role of the companies and their management teams, and even the intrinsic quality of their assets to contribute to all of these discussions. So, I am going to start with George. George, are mining projects and companies capital constrained?
I think it very much depends on the project and the company, but I think if you've got a good project, good company, well run, the capital is available. It's never easy, and investors are clearly cautious about the mining industry, and you just have to look at examples like, currently Barrick's problems in Mali, and some of the things that happen in First Quantum in Panama to see why investors are cautious. There's a lot of risks out there, and therefore there's a lot of reasons not to invest, but if you get the right project in the right jurisdiction with the right team, generally money will come.
Michael, do you agree with that?
I think they are capital constrained, so I was just going to say yes to your no. They are capital constrained. I agree with George that the let's call them the easier projects or the easier assets can get financing, but the industry is inherently constrained. People aren't spending enough capital, be that the majors redeploying capital into the ground, be that funding sources from the private sector and the public sector, be that governments. So there is an inherent constraint on the flow of funds versus what we need it to be. So yes, but you can still finance certain projects, but there's a whole load more that need to be financed. So we need to get more capital into the sector.
Oh, and if I can come to you.
And as well, if you look at the ODI investment cumulatively in China, by 2024, it's already reached 190 billion USD. And this number is still growing accelerantly. So all those are positive signs with the real demand being there. And having said that, I have seen ample amount of government support in all spectrums going into the sector for mineral investments. And to highlight a few areas, first of all, I think we have the world's second largest, capital market, and there's active products and passive product, and that has been growing at double-digit growth for the past decade. And lately, in recent years, there has been 18 ETF product formulated, speculate focus on mineral investments or like critical mineral sectors. And I have seen this trend to gradually to start to go up. So that's one. The other, don't underestimate, I think, don't undermine the fact that there are all type of Chinese banks, and they are very good at providing, I'd say, soft loans and patient capitals in the sector. And I think that has been undermined by a lot of the global miners. And the other one is really, I'd say, on infrastructure know-hows. I see the government play a very strong role in supporting infrastructure know-hows, building ports, roads, utilities. And lastly, I think you have a lot of the government strengths to support ESG focus as well in recent years. So there's whole spectrum things that the government's trying to support into the system.
If we may, we'll come back to expand on some of those points. Peter, I'd just like to bring you in here. You gave a very impressive statistic of what quantum of capital flow your firm enables. As it relates to the mining industry and even to critical minerals, can you share with us some of the trends and opportunities that you're seeing as those flows come through your organization?
Yes, of course. I think it's been hard on the mining sector, particularly from an image or perception. The whole ESG movement over the last sort of 5 or 6 years has meant that the large pension allocators have felt that it's not really appropriate to allocate into mining as an asset class. But coming here, really opens your eyes a little bit and you see how important this is in terms of the minerals piece and how the transition to green energy is going to be. And I think it's the image and the perception of the industry which needs to really be focused on and changed collaboratively to really bring that flow back in. In terms of where we're seeing opportunity and where we're seeing flow, obviously here is a key hub, particularly. We do a lot of work in South Africa as well. So it's those two areas as well as Australia. Obviously we service the EMR funds here for the last 10 years as well, so we have a happy client on stage too. He's not looking that happy, but I think he is. So that's how we're focused on seeing, and really it's a shift and really to think about actually a new wave of investors coming into the asset class away from the institutional money, which is really tied up with the bureaucracy of running a pension fund, and thinking about how do you get it into the wealth channels, the retail channels, right, and getting it into a form there that it becomes investable with a new set of investors.
Interesting. Well, John, you've had an extraordinary career in a big company at Anglo American, and then taking a single asset, developing that asset, building projects, expanding, merging, and financing all of that with partners of all sorts along the way. Before we get into how you did all of that and perhaps even what you did to achieve that, as you've sort of occupied various parts of the mining ecosystem, from sort of very small junior to now, I think, a very well-established large copper company, what's your impression around those other projects and those other companies that are competing for the capital represented on the stage today? Is it your view that the mining industry is capital constrained?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and in my view, there's plenty of capital available for low-risk, high-returning projects. Unfortunately, for most investors, when they look at the sector, their view is often different from the mining company's view as to what those risks actually mean, what the consequences are going to be, and ultimately whether those risks will ultimately reduce or even destroy those returns that are being put in front of them. And so, I think the real issue is what are those risks and how do the companies manage those risks? And it's really about whether it's permitting, sorry, can you still hear me? Whether it's about permitting, environmental, social issues, operational issues, technical issues, jurisdiction. The list of risks that mining companies are faced with goes on. Certainly, my experience has been if one is able to manage and mitigate those risks, there's absolutely no shortage of capital available. We're very fortunate. I think the operations and the projects that we have in Capstone are in good jurisdictions. They're fully permitted. They're in areas where we have very strong local support. And so really the challenge we're faced with is more one of capital allocation and project execution. And those are risks that sit within our own sort of ability to manage. So, I think the point was made, the industry needs to improve its image. There's absolutely no doubt that is the case. We need to sell the case that the the world needs a hell of a lot more of these critical metals, and the lead times to bring them on are very, very significant. But I also think the type of capital to be raised depends very much on where a company is in terms of its stages of evolution and what its growth strategy is. When we grew initially as a private company, we were able to put 100% of our focus into growth. And that served us extremely well. As a publicly listed company, there are a lot more avenues available in terms of raising capital, but there are also the obligations of ensuring we match our growth with returns to shareholders. And so, I think it's very dependent on where you are and what you're actually trying to put forward as your investment proposition.
Michael, if I may come to you, as you've obviously been a long-standing partner of what is now Capstone. Well, I sort of have a view as to the answer to my question, but what is the advantage of being a private capital partner in your mind as it relates to the mining industry, and particularly some of the earlier stage projects in the mining industry over the public sector? John touched on some of those. But
yeah, so I think the biggest single advantage is flexibility. We can tailor our investments with a very broad mandate really to what the situation needs. Now we have a particularly broad mandate because we are able to invest it across a capital structure. So it means that the range of opportunities where we can deploy could be all the way from debt and credit at one side, through every mezzanine form of financing, through equity and offtake financing. So we can do that whole gamut, which means we can really focus in as a private company because we're not having to explain that on, let's call it, an ongoing, regular, quarterly basis to investors. We can actually take a longer term view, a multi-year view, and back ourselves to tailor the investment in the right way to, in the case of Mantos Copper, as was, we can tailor that to make sure that, as John said, everything at that point in time went into growth, because we're not having to report back dividends or anything like that. So I think that's really the advantage of private capital, in a sense, in that you can really tailor the investment to what's needed at that point in time.
To contrast that, George, and to maybe take the conversation back into another direction, there's been a lot of talk about critical minerals. Is that a thing? Does that compute from the perspective of your investment strategy?
Well, no, clearly. Frankly, to start with, the whole critical minerals really started with the US government a few years ago. And I have to say it's been hugely helpful, because at that point, everybody saw mining as just a dirty business. ESG was at a peak. Nobody wanted to look at mining even. And actually it was the US government with their critical minerals policy and list which really highlighted, and several other governments since, that these minerals are required to make things and they are critical. So the actual the term critical minerals has been incredibly helpful to essentially explain to people and make that link between what mining does and the goods people use. So in a very broad sense, it's been very good. I think where I sometimes get frustrated is people come to me and say, I want to talk about critical minerals. I say, what do you mean? And they say, lithium, rare earths, nickel, everything goes in a battery. And I go, okay, but shall we not talk about iron ore, copper and aluminium? Because those markets are 10, 20 times the size and they're equally critical. And they go, oh, well, yeah, okay, but, I sort of got interested in rare earths. You go, like, no, let's be clear here. A lot of minerals are critical, but if you want to invest in big markets, then copper, aluminium, and iron ore are way bigger than anything else. And by the way, energy dwarfs all of them.
Yep.
But so I think sometimes the problem with critical minerals is people start focusing on some very small areas, where actually we need to remember that minerals we all know and love are equally critical.
So Vivi, just jumping around a little, you talked about the different types of capital that China has contributed to the mining industry. Is there a chance, do you think, that private investors, not government or state institutions, that private investors will be able to invest in international mining assets?
I definitely think so, and I think this trend has been happening. And we talk about the demand side, which is very well aware. However, I do think Chinese financial market also offers a full suite of access to the capital, which is more undermined by the market. So, as I mentioned, we have the second largest world capital market, which provide both public and private products. And then we also have all sorts of banks at a relatively very low interest rate that is willing to support financings for large mining projects because it fits very well with the national mandate for going energy independency. And China is not rich on oil and natural gas, and we have to find leapfrogs in other ways. And the other spectrum we need to look at is actually direct strategic partnerships, not just with SOEs, but also with private companies in China. That has become a very commonly used and popular way where the Chinese company would come in normally backed by the Chinese banks on long-term patient capital and cheap capital relatively. And as well, they give you the access of the buyer market and they provide very good infrastructure know-hows. And lastly, which is one emerging trend, Philip, where I find is that the private equity funds in China has gradually in recent years start to look into the space of critical minerals. This is because they're also shifting around from the investment thesis of going from purely consumption-based sort of structure to innovative manufacturers to energy transitions. So looking to the upstream, that's become critical minerals as well. So I do think there is a range of investment channels that can be available in China that the international miners might not have tackled in enough. That's why we need to keep the dialogue open nowadays.
Very well said. Well, Owen, if I may bring this back to you, you've heard a few of your colleagues' perspectives. Of course, Australia remains one of the last great markets for capital for mining. Are there any different perspectives that you would like to share with the audience today in relation to your seat in Australia as it pertains to the questions we've been debating?
Yeah. Okay. And thank you, Philip, for that. Just coming back to the point that you made and the point that George made there about critical minerals and metals. Really, because governments are looking to encourage that for one reason or another to ensure the energy transition is successful and so on. As far as we're concerned, everything that we do in terms of all the metals and minerals we have, they're all critical. It's critical that they actually have the tons, it's critical that they have the grade, it's critical that they have the process, absolutely critical that they're low cost, long life, lots of upside. So that's criticality as far as we are concerned. So it depends, it's a bit like criticality is in the eye of the beholder here, Philip, I think to that extent. But when it comes to, and the point that John made a little bit earlier about the risks these days associated with mining, the regulatory risk, the permitting risk, the licensing risk, the approvals risk are, very high. So that's a risk that needs to be mitigated, and it's a risk that needs to be one way or another removed if possible. But it's to a large extent it's sort of out of your hands. In other words, it's the regulator. So if the regulator and the governments were very well-meaning, of course, if they want to see more and more critical minerals and metals developed to ensure that the energy transition is successful one way or another over a period of time, and they can reach the net zero targets in 2030 and 2035 and 2050 and so on, then they really need to actually work at a number of areas, including mobility of capital, Philip. But one of those areas has to be the red tape, the green tape, the various other multicoloured tapes that they tend to impose. I'm not saying that it's simple or easy, but it is their job. It's work that they can do if they're going to encourage us to, to do more, whether it's in whatever state, whether it's in Australia, or whether it's in the US, or it's in Canada, China, anywhere else in Africa. They can do that work. It's in their hands, and it's in our hands to the extent to encourage them to do that. Philip.
So I'd like to end with a couple of the same question to our panelists on the left, Peter and John. As observers of capital flows and prolific users of capital sources, what advice do you have for the capital managers and the investors behind them for doing a better job in identifying and profiting from investing in the mining sector? What's your experience of dealing with investors, with the managers of capital?
Maybe I can go first, and I think certainly, I think this is at a point in time where actually investing is going to change, not the traditional form of investing, but people are beginning to think about investing into tokens of assets. Private equity funds are beginning to tokenize their share classes, and that can bring much more liquidity. And so rather than being locked into a fund which is investing into mining for 7 to 10 or even longer years, actually you can be able to get liquidity daily, and that's a shift that's coming as some of these funds are beginning to go onto blockchain. And actually we've had even this week inquiries to put certain types of physical metals and tokenize them, so then people can borrow against those tokens and use them as collateral. So I think the way of investing into this asset class will change quite a lot, and I think as asset managers need to be prepared to embrace that change to get the next wave of future capital.
Interesting. John, your experience is obviously slightly different, but you've dealt with endless banks, capital providers of various sorts. What would you say is frustrating, and what could they do better?
Well, I think the commodity industry has always been highly cyclical. And I think one of the things that has burnt our industry is the fact that most capital becomes available at the top of the cycle. And generally, there's quite a long lead time, and these lead times are getting longer and longer to develop mining projects. And so what that means is by the time these investments actually start generating, product and revenue, you're back at the trough in the cycle. And so the ultimate return on that investment is horrible. And, I've experienced raising capital at the bottom of a cycle. It's very obvious that one should raise capital then, one should build mines then, and one should bring the mines into the up part of the cycle. And the question is, why doesn't everybody just do it? And I can tell you it's because it's extraordinarily difficult to raise money when everybody's totally depressed and slashing their wrists at the bottom of the cycle. If you look at today, where we are right now I started off by saying, yes, there's capital available for high returning projects with low risk. That represents a very, very small part of what is needed in terms of, I think, most critical metals, but I can talk particularly to copper over the next 20, 30, 40 years. And, there really is an imperative to be able to decarbonize the planet, slow down global warming, to actually bring on all the technologies and the renewable energy that we need in a relatively short time frame. Unfortunately, our market is still somewhat in balance, so long-term pricing doesn't actually reflect the sort of incentive price that you need to bring on the next generation of lower quality projects. And what that means is when we finally hit that point when demand exceeds supply and the long-term pricing achieves the level needed to incentivize these projects, you have somewhere then between a 10 and 20 year lead time before you're actually going to see the first ton of copper coming out those projects. And that to me is really problematic. Right now the copper pipeline is about as thin as it's been in the past 30 years. And that's not a good place to be when you see how much copper is actually going to be needed over the next 30 years. So to me the real question is, what can we do to actually start thinking about what copper pricing has to be to invest in projects that, using today's prices, probably don't look that great, but in a few years' time are going to be absolutely needed.
Well, that's a very inspiring challenge to us and to the audience. I haven't been given the red flag yet, so perhaps what I'll ask everyone to do is just summarize, if you can, in less than a minute, your reflections on not just the constraints of capital for the industry, but opportunities that you see and that you would like to pursue. George, would you like to go first?
Yeah, no, very quickly. I mean, look, these markets are cyclical, and John just explained very well how difficult it is to raise money at the bottom, and then the money comes in just as things are going up. I think we're entering a new cycle, and I think we are going to see prices start to move up. The actual signal for that is companies start buying each other because they have a very different view of long-term prices to the market. And we are starting to see that happen. So, and that last happened in sort of 03-04 and the super cycle, and I think that is a signal that things are starting to move. So it feels almost negative. Companies aren't developing, they're just buying others. But that's a sign that people are bullish and things are starting. And I think that's what we're going to see. And then we enter a very strong cycle.
Excellent. Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with George that I think we're moving into a cyclical upswing, which is obviously positive. I would also say, just coming to somewhere like this, you know, I've been coming since this started, and each year there's, you know, record turnout. So that's indicative of a lot more people in Saudi and the broader region being interested in things. So there's new capital available, there's new capital interested. It's just a case of making sure that that finds its way into the right pockets to deploy that capital and into then the right projects.
Owen, final word?
Yes, just a quick one. I think Philip, this particular conference and the gathering, and indeed this august panel here, is sort of living proof that people want to do more in the industry. And from the supply side, and we're supply side people basically. We do contribute a small amount to demand, but we can contribute more to supply. So I think it's living proof that people are interested and want to do more, number one. Secondly, just, and again real quick, we do actually buy in, I think, to the super region in terms of the Saudi longer term objectives here, and it's a sustainable suite of objectives, the Africa, Middle East and into the greater Asia or Central Asian region in terms of longer term mining and minerals processing development. So okay with all of that, I think it's being very well led by Saudi, definitely. I think one thing, Philip, that we do need to do, and we're all one way or another involved in capital markets here, whether it be equity capital or debt capital, private capital, public capital, whatever it happens to be. You mentioned it at the very beginning. There is it to become more mobile, particularly when it comes to this region, because many of the parts of the region we're talking about, whilst there is capital available, it's been less going into mining per se, so less experience there. So that's where the ASXs and the TSXs and the AIMs and the various other platforms come in terms of encouraging that capital to be more mobile, and that will get you more supply. It'll get you more capital, get you more supply of those critical minerals, including copper, that we need more of.
Very good, Owen. Vivi, in a minute, if you could.
So I think this is definitely a rising sector, and obviously the capital, at least from my side of the world, will continue to chase or explore investment opportunities. Where I also see is we need to keep the collaboration and the dialogue open in different continents, because commodity is a sector that it cannot really be regionalized. And also, on the other side, I also think there's a great shortage of the talents, the talent pools in mining exploration, at least from the side I came from. So that will be also very important to keep the dialogue open. Yeah.
Peter and then John.
Yes, I'm not sure why it will be cyclical going forward. I get it has been in the past, but I think certainly these are scarce resources, limited supply always. And if we raise capital in a different way and we change the image of what people are investing into and actually investing for the future benefit of the planet rather than destroying it, I think that'll have a big effect, and it won't be cyclical going forward if you can get a bigger, broader set of investors investing into the sector rather than the narrow set that invest into it currently.
John?
Yeah, I think from the industry perspective, the best thing that we can do is just make ourselves more investable. And, make sure that the general public understands the criticality of these minerals and metals and why they're needed for decarbonization, why they're needed to improve the sort of climate change situation that we're faced with. But also the industry itself needs to, in many respects, achieve better standards than I think have been achieved historically. It doesn't help if you're replacing one problem with another problem. And I think the industry also needs to do a better job of delivering the returns that it promises. And that means delivering the projects that they promise on the budget and on the schedule that they promise to do, and then delivering the operations. And once we get to that point, I think there'll be less cynicism around investing in the sector.
Much harder than it looks, I'm sure. Well, I've absolutely enjoyed this conversation. It's been a great privilege to be here at the FMF. I hope the audience has, and please join me in thanking our panelists.
No, thank you. It's okay to thank ourselves, I think.
Can you hear me? Okay. We're going to get started in 1 minute. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you so much for being with us. I know how late it is in the day, and apologies that the afternoon has run long, so we really appreciate doubly your coming to this panel. And I think this panel is incredibly important, but let me get started by saying my name is Gracelyn Baskren. I am the director of the Critical Minerals Security Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C. I'm really excited about this panel. I think rare earths are one of the most discussed commodities because they're a little bit of an enigma wrapped in a conundrum in some ways. We know that they are incredibly important. Rare earths are the bedrock of national security. They are in almost every form of defense technologies. They are in our economic, our technologies that enable us to be economically competitive, and they are in our clean energy transition. And in a way, that makes them immune to political change. Because, we in the US have a new sheriff in town, and at the same time, it's not the whiplash where we worry that, policies will change because it's a clean energy commodity. It's really cross-cutting in many ways. But there's a lot of challenges with rare earths. The demand is, high because there's a certain dominance from China in terms of the rare earths supply chain. But at the same time, it is capital intensive. They're not rare, but they are complicated to separate. And we are looking to have a more diversified base of rare earths. So with that, I'm really excited to go into this panel because we have some proper expertise in terms of analytical expertise and private expertise kind of in the supply chain on this panel. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our panel to kick things off. On my left, I have Omar Butahar, who's the Vice President of Corporate Strategy and Business Development at Ma'aden here in Saudi Arabia, which we know is playing very actively, not only in rare earths, but just kind of across the minerals portfolio now as they work towards Vision 2030 and diversifying in that, from that oil-based economy. To his left, we have Patrick Barnes, who's the Vice President and Head of Metals and Mining at Wood Mackenzie and has a lot of analytical expertise at a time when we talk a lot about it without necessarily that real deep understanding of the market dynamics at play, which is one of the things we're here to discuss today. And then to his left, we have Charles Liu, who is the Executive Chairman of Hastings Technology Metals and has been doing also quite active in Saudi Arabia here. So with that, I want to get started in the interest of time. I promise we will give you a little time back today. I want to start with Patrick. We talk a lot about rare earths, the importance, strategic importance. What are some of the risks that are a challenge in terms of getting the investments that we need at scale?
Well, you brought up an interesting point in your introduction about, there's a lot of discussion about rare earths. They've got good branding, they've got a good name, very mysterious, right? Hard to pronounce names of the elements themselves, and very complicated and somewhat opaque setup around the world. So a lot of the challenges that you have in rare earths is not so much the scarcity, the rarity, it's actually finding concentrations and situations and places where they can be extracted profitably, right? So the issue ends up really being about control. And that control is a key thing that makes it a challenge to attract new investment, right? If you look at control, there's maybe three quick things, I won't take too long, but three main things to say about control. Number one, it's control of the knowledge, right? Because it is a complex process to separate these things. And the rest of the world, outside of China, is competing with a city, a university, an entire location built around rare earths, around the biggest rare earth mine in the world. That's difficult to compete. It's difficult to build that kind of capability. Same thing around cost control, right? If you've got the vast majority of the world's reserves in one asset, and that's controlled by a state, that makes it much more difficult as well for other people to get involved, given their ability to influence costs and prices, and the fact that it does cost billions to set up a separation facility, or can, and that's almost the amount of money that is the size of the entire industry, right? So it's a lot of money for what's still sort of a small industry. And then finally, on supply, I mentioned that China does have a significant dominance there. Other Southeast Asian countries are coming along as well, but ultimately those are predominantly Chinese owned as well, and it's just very difficult to compete on a cost basis with that level of concentration and control.
What do you think the likelihood of getting non-Chinese supply is? Because as you said, it's very capital intensive, right? Like the US had to front the $300 million to Linus to get some of these separation into MP materials to get these facilities built. What is the likelihood in the current market, and given the capital intensive nature, that we're going to see non-Chinese investment kind of unlock?
I think it's hard to predict with exactness, and as you mentioned, it's the beginning of a new era in terms of US policy, which has been a key influencer in this area. But it also depends on where you're talking about in the value chain, right? At the magnets level and the separation level, it's much more difficult, because of that knowledge. At the mining level, I think it's much easier, but I do think there's a significant commitment from the world to make some incremental gains in that market share. So I think we will continue to see investment in Western rare earths. There's a lot of interest in doing it. It's just a question of finding the right opportunities and setting up the right conditions for them to be profitable, to be built, and to be financed.
Yeah, I think that's a great place to tee off to Charles, actually. So how does the West compete with China given the price differential for production, right? We've talked about how NdPr costs right now are not necessarily like, a luring investment into this sector. So how do we compete?
I think to put it very simply, the West just can't compete with China. I think China has a structure that is in place in terms of rare earth production and magnets production that has been in place or set up over the last 30, 40 years. And so they have the knowledge, they have the expertise, they have the infrastructure, they have tremendous government support. It's a national agenda to dominate, right? So we got to look at it, therefore, that whether you are taking the commodity, Nd, neodymium and praseodymium oxide prices, or DyTb oxide prices, or the magnet itself. Now, as you know, magnet is a bespoke product. Each magnet is different from another, depending where it goes into that multiple different applications. So when you talk about how is the West going to compete, the supply chain is quite long, right? You've got 7 steps to get from to get from the mine to a magnet. And each of those steps requires significant capital investment. And because they require significant capital investment, you are in a situation whereby who, in particular, if there's one single entity, one single party, one single industrialist or financier, that's going to take it all the way from the mine to the magnets. Now, the answer in the West is there isn't one. And the reason why there isn't one is because the risk is huge. And the risk is huge simply because it is a David versus Goliath battle, okay? So what I can say, therefore, and I speak on behalf of Hastings, is the fact that for a tiny company like Hastings, we have a vision or an ambition to get from mine to magnets. And that vision of getting from mine to magnets starts with an ore body in Western Australia called the Yangibana project, whereby we have been gifted, we've been blessed with an exceptionally high-grade NdPr ore body. That starts, from where it starts, that it drives the economics of the project for the production of the concentrate, and then you take into hydromet and the oxide separation. So coming to Saudi Arabia, we've signed an MOU with the Ministry of Investment here, is for the fact that we can see that the government has a very clear agenda under Vision 2030. We heard this morning from the ministers that there will be continued support, continued ambition to drive this agenda to success, right? So we are obviously very confident, very optimistic and hopeful that with the government support and partnering the right parties here in Saudi, what we mine and we produce as a concentrate in Western Australia, we'll bring it here to Saudi to take it downstream. Now, the ambition is to be able to produce it price competitively, because NdPr oxide price is a global single price. And so the support of the government, the industrialists here or the investors here is what we are looking to try and achieve over time.
I think you bring a really good point here, which is it's Australia, it's the Middle East. It's actually starting to be a multi-country effort if you want to give David some, armor to kind of fight Goliath in a way, right? David can't be a single player to work with Goliath, which has been in the, bodybuilding for decades,
right,
for lack of a better way.
I mean, if I can look at it, when I said I speak with some confidence, is that, as you know, in the David and Goliath analogy or story, you know who won in the end, right? So I hope that I've got that single slingshot, working with the kingdom, the people in the kingdom, to be able to compete and therefore effectively being able to end up having mine to magnets, magnets made outside of China and compete in the global space.
And nobody thought David was going to win, so that's very important. Omar, I think Charles teed up again really nicely for the Middle East. Saudi has invested so much into building an ecosystem around mining. The cheapest, wind projects in terms of like levelized cost of electricity in the world, investing just in the whole mine to market kind of segment. What is Saudi Arabia thinking about? What are they looking at when it comes to the rare earth supply chain specifically?
I think Saudi Arabia's Ma'aden, we like the rare earth story. First, the market for rare earth is growing massively. Based on the industry specialists, we expect the market to grow around 9% in the next decade, which is massive, driven by strong fundamentals, technologies that will help the energy transition, that will transform digitally the industries, like electric vehicles, renewable, defense, robotics. The problem is a problem of supply. Today we have two major issues. One, we have the supply concentrated in a single jurisdiction. 70 and 80% of the mining and processing is one single jurisdiction, creating vulnerability of the supply chain and risks. Second one is, today when we look at, there is not enough supply coming, not enough investment coming to fulfill the growing demand. And there is a massive investment that needs to happen in mining, but not only mining, but also the full value chain for the processing. That's where Saudi Arabia can play. And we believe Saudi Arabia can have a transformational role in the risk in the supply chain. One, because of the abundant resources of rare earth. The kingdom is highly prospective of rare earth. The kingdom has invested massively in exploration under the Saudi vision and is uncovering significant potential for rare earth in the kingdom, making it a good place to invest in the upstream. So this is number one. Number two, the kingdom enjoys a strategic geographical and geopolitical location between the east and the west, being the bridge between Goliath and David, and bridging these two gaps. The third one is competitive advantage from cost perspective, including cheap cost of energy, cheap feedstock. Hydrochloride acid is a major component for separation, but also best-in-class infrastructure. This will help to make projects profitable and drive the cost down while reducing the the environmental impact for such things. Moreover, in countries where we see a change of administrations every 4 or 5 years, here the kingdom is betting on mining, and mining is at the heart of the Saudi Vision 2030. And we have a very friendly, modern mining law for mining. Second, the country is even investing in mining and building partnerships to make it so. Betting on, and looking at all these factors that we just enumerated now, we see the country, Saudi Arabia, can play a major role both at the upstream, but also incentivizing projects from all over the globe to make the Mecca and the hub of downstream processing for rare earth, for the full steps of the value chain.
And Ma'aden has managed to do something incredible, which I think I saw their share prices are up 233% in the last 5 years. So being able to strategically deploy capital and priorities, but in a way that's not commercially sensible.
So Ma'aden has created, and the kingdom through Ma'aden, our majority shareholder is Sovereign Fund of Saudi Arabia, has created the mining giant. Today, actually, our market cap changes every day, but it's around $50 billion. Since our IPO, we have grown two major industries. One is the phosphate mining industry, and we did it through partner, through building the capability in these two sectors. Same thing for aluminum. Now, we're looking also into critical minerals and how to play in these minerals for the future that are important for the world. Energy transition and digitalizations of the industry are two critical components, and that we believe the mining sector can help on this. That's why Ma'aden wants to play in the critical mineral and deploy capital in a sensible way. And our vision is long-term. We believe on the sustainable growth for the long term. We're not here for return on the next quarter or the next year returns. We're here to create sustainably value for all the different stakeholders that whether it's the shareholders, the country, the communities in which we operate.
Yeah, thanks so much. So I want to go to shift to another question for all three of you now, which is, I mean, we know that the long-term demand look is relatively good for rare earths. There's a lot of misconceptions societally about rare earths. People ask all the time if tungsten is a rare earth and germanium and gallium, right? Because there's not necessarily, if it's critical, we sometimes want to call it a rare earth. But as it relates to our rare earths, we know that the demand is good, but there's still that market hesitancy because of prices and costs and risk. What does it take to get the investment that we need to get that mine to magnet supply chain built outside of China, and acknowledging that China's already shown repeatedly a willingness to weaponize rare earths specifically, right? Going back to 2010 with the dispute with Japan, going to the ban on rare earth processing technologies 2 years ago, less than 2 years ago. What does it take to get David well equipped, if we keep that metaphor going? What does it take from government? What does the private sector need? Charles, let's start with you and come back this way.
I think it's a multifaceted question to begin with, so I'll try and answer that in the time available. I think to start with, government support certainly helps. But in that statement, there is a lot of complexities when you talk about government support. So I'm not sitting here saying that we want handouts. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that in the case of Saudi Arabia and the kingdom, we see the government having the political will to diversify its economy and therefore has a very clear agenda to build a electrification or renewable energy part of the whole e-mobility agenda that is a movement that's taking place worldwide. So with the political will of the government, I believe, and in our interactions with the ministries here, that we can see it is a very good starting point. And that starting point, coupled with the things that Omar has said in terms of the lower cost manufacturing base, lower cost production base, lower cost operating base, right, in terms of OPEX, gives a producer like ourselves the advantage that we are looking for to be able to compete in the David-Goliath scenario, right? And so in order to get funded, every funding agency, every lender is going to look at the economics, they're going to look at the financial model, is going to look at the numbers and whether they stack up or not. If you cannot produce competitively at the cost whereby when the lenders do their financial modeling and sensitivity analysis, right, you haven't got a case. You're not going to get the debt funding. So that's what I mean by we are not looking for handouts. We're looking for incentives, we're looking for support, we're looking for low-cost electricity, we're looking for low-cost labor, and this country provides a lot of that from a producer perspective. So what we will strive to do is to effectively create a Australia and Saudi Arabia relationship in building this supply chain of mine to magnets and integrating it all under one company, under one enterprise, and having partnerships, equity participation between us in Australia and the investors here in Saudi Arabia. And I think I'm optimistic, as I said in the beginning, that we stand a good chance. And the interactions we have had with various people here in this country has been very encouraging.
And I think taking it even one step further, I mean, Trump has a really strong relationship with Saudi Arabia, and he's maintained that throughout the last 4 years going forward already. He's engaged with the government. So, I mean, that could be a partnership that continues to extend, given, again, the rare earth supply chain is very important to him. Some of the early government financing for our own separation facilities were done there. So we do see a more kind of defense-focused supply chain in the years to come, where rare earths would potentially prioritize ahead of other base metals. in terms of government support, partnerships, et cetera. So Saudi could play a very important proxy role in that, not proxy, but like kind of intermediary role between other strategic partnerships for countries like the US, I think. Patrick, you come from a very different perspective. You obviously engage with a lot of private sector companies here.
Yep.
What do we need to do?
I mean, I think there are some things the private sector can do. They're mostly around being as cost competitive as they can be, right? But what we've seen is there's a lot of great intentions behind slightly more altruistic things, but they tend not to work in the end in the private sector because at the end profit wins out, right? Green finance has not really materialized to the degree that a lot of people hoped and thought it might, 4 or 5 years ago even, right? And so at the end of the day, I agree, it really is going to come down to government intervention, or probably government's intervention, right? Kind of working through these supply chains with collaboration. Charles mentioned a bunch of good suggestions there in terms of things that they could do to help. There are other things, just, some of these are more likely to work than others, but you can look at, price floors or commitments to take offtake at certain prices and things that de-risk that downside, enable lenders to move, even if prices are low. That's difficult to sustain over long periods, but with government commitment and the right structure, it might work, right? It might be possible. It's worth considering. I know people do consider that. And there's a range of other things too. I mean, it doesn't have to be government. It could be an end consumer that's willing to commit to pay a bit of extra to have, less exposure to China or something like that. But at the end of the day, where so much of the market is controlled by a state-owned entity in China, you really can't compete with an entity of that scale unless it's other governments intervening.
Do you think that there's appetite from governments to go into markets with big, like rare earths reserves, like Brazil's, Vietnam's? Do you think there is an appetite to lend support to projects in these types of like emerging jurisdictions that may not have, the same amounts of capital, some challenges around, permitting indigenous communities, but where you have massive deposits?
Yeah, I mean, at WoodMac, we do a lot of project finance support, right? So I can't obviously disclose the names of who's looking, but there are, development finance institutions and, Western affiliated financial institutions that are looking very, very closely at rare earth developments in the kind of locations that you mentioned for exactly those reasons, right? They have to get comfortable with operating in those jurisdictions. They have heavy due diligence processes, but they are looking closely at it.
I mean, I think the U.S. government has taken a strong interest in Brazil. Our own Development Finance Corporation has been down and backed a project there. Again, seeing that strategic value of feedstock, Omar, what again? I mean, you have a lot of the government has a lot of support, but behind mining here, you have a lot of private engagement. But what does it take in terms of getting the rubber hits the road on rare earths?
I think there are a couple of things. So, one, there is the West, and there is Saudi Arabia. I think the West, and this is something not only linked to rare earth, linked to mining. I think the world of investors needs to make peace with mining. And today, when you look at the multiple of mining sector, you look at some of the numbers that are even lower than tobacco. Can you imagine for the sector responsible to bring the digital transformation, the energy transition, is not funded enough. This is not something that we have in Saudi. Look at the multiple of ma'adin. I think retail investors like mining in general. In that regard, in Saudi Arabia, we have a very supportive mining jurisdiction. So the government, from the regulatory point of view, is supporting mining. It's clear, it's stable, it's sustainable for the long run. We have the government putting the right ecosystem to make every single project in the sector profitable. Because at the end of the day, we are in the business of making money. We have retail investors, and the project doesn't make sense financially. We cannot bring it to the board, to the approval by the board, because we have fiduciary duty against those things. While we're contributing to the kingdom diversification in that regard. Things are happening. I think we have the right resources. we have the right infrastructure, but more importantly, we have the strategic vision from the leadership in this country to make things happen. And this strategic vision doesn't change every day. It's clear. In the last decade, everyone is clear. As long as we bring something that makes sense, we make it happen. And we're lucky being in this jurisdiction. And may God make this last.
Absolutely. So my final question to you, because we have 2 minutes left, is: Are you what is the time horizon that you're optimistic? If you're optimistic, it's okay to not be, on creating a semi-stable supply chain, kind of for rare earths outside of China?
I think in over the next 5 years, it is certainly achievable. With the support from the various stakeholders and key players, right? And as Omar said, what the kingdom here offers is the fact that there is a clear objective, and from my perspective, the political will of the government and the desire to diversify the economy and to achieve those, the Vision 2030 agenda. I think that is important. That sets the bedrock in which we can work from, And I think as we continue to spend time here and engage with investors and lenders and industrialists and partners, over the next 5 years, these things will be step by step. It's not going to all happen all at once. Step by step, gradually put in place. And what we bring to the table is the transfer of knowledge, as well as the transfer of technology and the transfer of capital, even, because this is a cooperation, right? And therefore it's cross-border. And if it goes even to the point of being G2G, all the better.
I think G2G is going to be very important in a sector that's struggling with commercial viability. Patrick?
Yeah, I think it's likely, again, in the next 5 to 10 years that we see some very positive developments, good examples. In terms of providing a significant portion of Western demand, we're decades away, at best, right? And so, at the end of the day, China is going to continue to rely on the US and Europe for demand. Europe and the US are going to continue to rely on China for supply. But I think there will be pockets where that loosens up and there's a little bit of de-risking, but it's not going to change the situation anytime soon.
It wasn't even 10 years ago that MP Materials went looking for financing and they couldn't get any Western financing. Our American mine had to go to China for financing because we didn't see the strategic value of it at that point. That was less than a decade ago.
But again, there will be good examples, right? There will be progress.
And we've already seen it with the amount of government support starting to unlock to create that enabling environment for the private sector. The G2G, the cooperation agreements that are being signed. Omar?
I think we will not replace China at all. However, I think by the end of this decade, we're going to have alternative sources to China. I think Saudi is building a downstream industry for electric vehicles, so there is big plans for electric vehicle, 500,000. This is by the end of the decade. We have also big plans for wind turbines. I think we need to bring sustainability for our own industry. So this is number one, and number one focus. We're going to bring alternative supply to allies in the US, in Europe. But China will continue to be here. And China cannot feed all the world demand, given the growth that we talked about earlier. If China today, based on the current production, they have more 100 years, but if you account for the growth, this number will go sub 25 years. So I think even China needs the world to bring alternative supply. Otherwise, the consumers will look for R&D to engineer out the rare earth from the magnet. So I think the whole industry needs more sustainable supply. I think Saudi have lined up the planets to make it happen. I hope that the world will do the same as well.
Yeah, it's really de-risking and not decoupling. I don't think there's a world without China. No matter how you feel about it ideologically, it's not pragmatic.
I agree, Grayson, and it's not only the case for rare earth, it's the case for copper, downstream for aluminum and all other commodities. I think we need just an alternative, not decouple. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's a really big landmass. Geology is just, the large landmass. So, well, thank you so much. I know it's really late in the day. I appreciate all of you kind of hanging around and being part of this discussion. Please thank our panelists for their time, and thank you all for joining too.